ready to party? Are you ready to party? Officially 3 days free from nicotine. When you're through some of the hardest days. Dip, dip, dibbity doo doo. Dip, dip, dibbity doo doo. Dip, dip, dibbity doo 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 doo. Born to be alive, born to be alive. Welcome to Brain Domain. I'm your host, Papa B. Thank you. That was an original song composed by me. Thank you. Thank you. Brought back doing a little headband today. Sometimes I like a little headband. Sometimes I find it helps me think. An old focus band. It increases my chance of critical hits. Now go Super Saiyan. Not in front of the children. You know, I actually had the graphics set up to be able to go Super Saiyan, like through the magic of graphic technology. But it's lost. It's stuck on my other hard drive. When I built my new computer, my old hard drives wouldn't work with it for some reason. I tried so many things to get them to reconnect. Both of my solid state drives worked, so I'm able to run everything off of that without too much issue, but like my old storage drives are just sitting on my desk right now. I think I might order a dock for them, actually. I might just get a dock for them and then just use them when I need them. They're basically just storage. Then maybe I'll get another SSD. Maybe I'll get one of those onboard ones, you know, those little guys. 'Cause I've got a spot for one of those on my motherboard. And the size of hard drives these days. Can you believe how far we've come with these hard drives? It blows my mind. The size of old computers stuff. Just look how happy this dude was. He was fucking thrilled. He's like, you won't believe the shit this machine can do. But now we have like... What's the largest micro SD card you can get nowadays? What's the biggest... The largest commercially available is 1.5 terabytes on a micro SD card. The theoretical limit of up to 128 terabytes, and they're expecting you to be able to get 2 terabyte cards soon. And they're the tiniest things you've ever seen. They're so little, these micro SD cards. I don't know what sort of black magic fuckery is going on here to make this possible, but God bless them. You know what I mean? Like, do you ever look at this shit and you're like, I don't know what the fuck they've got going on inside this chip. I don't know what sort of deal they had to make with the devil to make this possible. But now we can put the entire, the entire collection of all human knowledge, we can just fit it onto a chip the size of your fingernail. The previous world's biggest was 200 gigabytes. And now we're at 1.5 terabytes, and they're expecting to have 2 terabytes soon. So it's 10 times the size of what this one was. This is kind of magic to me. Alien technology? I bet. I mean, like, do you honestly see humans sitting down and figuring out how to make this shit work? I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I've met a lot of people. And we've done some cool stuff, but this just kind of feels like it's on a different level. And this is coming from, like, I believe in the potential of humans. I'm pro-human. I'm a humanist. But sometimes I see some of this technology, I'm just like, now where the fuck did we come up with this shit? You're telling me people did this? Interesting. Were we thinking of the same people? It's just people for you. Always surprising you. Alright, everybody, we've got a great presentation today. Name one human. You got me there. I'm stumped. We've got a really great presentation today. Got a really great presentation. You know that thing that many of us find ourselves dealing with on a daily basis? We're talking about that thing today. Today we're talking about overthinking. We're going to talk about why it happens. We're going to talk about the 2 main types of overthinking. We're going to talk about what to do about it. So this is a good one. I feel like we're really cooking this week. I feel like the presentations are going to be cooking this week. I'm not sure what we'll be cooking up the rest of the week, but we'll get there when we get there. Overthinking, one of my greatest skills. See, the thing about overthinking is that just means that your brain is capable of working at a high speed. You've got a lot of processing power up in that CPU. Like you can take a really high-end computer, you can get a really nice computer, and then you can run 15,000 copies of Minesweeper at the same time and crash the thing. A lot of it comes down to being a good regulator for your brain. You gotta regulate your brain. But anyway, this is gonna be a good one. There's a lot of useful stuff here, a lot of helpful stuff in this presentation, so excited for this one. We'll be getting to that one soon. Let's see what we've got over here. We've got one question in the box so far. We've got one question so far. I could start it and then just take it slowly and then see where we go from there. Or is there something else that you'd like to talk about first? Talking about Mark Zuckerberg, and that's quite a coincidence because in this question here, a friend of mine recently asked if I had ever taken an autism test because in her words, you act like Mark Zuckerberg. So, what a coincidence. What a coincidence. You missed the feeling wheel. Das Gefühlsrad. That's my hack job of an attempt at saying it in German. I want to talk about my struggling, and then I'm doing everything possible just to do something with a similar effect as nicotine. What I found to be helpful when I was quitting nicotine, big deep breaths. Anytime I felt the urge, anytime I felt that craving, I took a big deep breath, and then I did a few of those, and I wrote it out. I feel like that first week quitting nicotine is probably the hardest part. I've heard people say, I don't know who it was that I heard this from, but I've heard that it takes about a week for nicotine to leave your system. For some people it could be faster, for other people it could be slower, but I think the consensus is that on average it takes about a week. And while that nicotine is still in your system, you're still dealing with a lot of those physical cravings for it. But once the nicotine's all out of your system, you're just left with the behavioral craving. You're left with the, making behavioral changes aspect of the addiction. Maybe it's not about quitting. Yeah, because we don't like to feel like we're quitters now, do we? I think just look to the benefits of it. When you quit nicotine, it's like you can taste food better. You can smell things. You've got a better sense of smell. You can take a big deep breath. You're not coughing all the time. There's a lot of benefits. So I would focus on building those benefits. Why do I actually feel lightheaded like I do with Nick when I take deep breaths? Because when you take a big deep breath, you're activating your diaphragm. And sometimes that diaphragm activation can give you a little bit of that lightheaded feeling. Also because taking a big deep breath is one of the parts of smoking nicotine, or vaping nicotine. It's about big deep breaths. So you're still doing the big deep breath because your body likes a big deep breath. So that's why I find it to be helpful. Part of the reason why you like to smoke is because it basically gives you time to just focus on your breathing. Just as in, thank you for the 5 months. Thank you for the 5 months. Go ahead and get those questions in. Get those questions in before we get to our presentation. We've got a fantastic presentation today. Fantastic presentation. Could be one of the most useful ones yet. I think I actually feel better when I take deep breaths. Keep doing it. Breathe your way through it. What you'll notice about life is you can breathe your way through just about anything. One of the few exceptions would be I'm underwater or I'm in something else that doesn't allow me to breathe. But for most other things, you can just breathe your way through it. I love the presentations that come with excitement. Excitement. Oh yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited whenever I feel like a presentation is useful. Like, don't get me wrong, I like making entertaining presentations, and I also find those to be exciting. But I think what I find the most exciting is when you can be educational and entertaining at the same time. I want to capture fun science teacher energy. That's what I'm manifesting. Fun science teacher. The class that you were excited to show up to in school. The one that had a fun teacher. You know what I mean? That's what I'm trying to capture. I'm still working on it. We're getting there. We're getting there. Always room for improvement. But now we're doing overthinking today. We're going to talk about why it happens, the different ways that we do it, and we're going to talk about what we do about it. Because I get questions about overthinking all the time. And I can't help but think that overthinking is probably one of the most common things that people deal with as far as like a mental stress. You know, I feel like overthinking is just universal. Have I ever met anybody who has never overthinked? Overthunked? I don't know. I don't know if I have. You know what? Maybe. I've met a few. I've met a few. But they're definitely rare. Somebody who's free and clear of overthinking. Oh, you took a lot of those wood classes and shop classes in school. See, looking back, that would have been fun to do. That was something I didn't do in high school. But nowadays, that's the kind of stuff that's like, yeah, I wish I'd learned how to do that. It would be nice to know how to, like, fix a car. You know what I mean? Sounds like a nice skill to have. Anyway, that's why they make manuals. Alright. We're gonna get into the question box. This is the only one we've got in there at the moment, just so you know. So if you have a question, we'll get to it right away. But if I don't see any more questions come in, then I'm gonna linger on this question. We might be here for a while, so we'll see what happens. I watch YouTube videos to fix my car. That's one of the reasons why YouTube is so great. You could have a very specific problem with a very specific thing, and there's probably somebody who's like, I should make a video of this. I should put this up there so that other people know how to do this. God bless them. You know what's also nice is they make repair manuals. For basically any car you could find, they have a repair manual for it. Like a complete tear down and rebuild. So the instructions are there to like know how to do it, but as far as like being able to diagnose a problem, that's where, you know, expertise comes in. Alrighty. Let's take a look at this question here. A friend of mine recently asked if I had ever taken an autism test, because in her words, you act like Mark Zuckerberg. Now, I'm just gonna say, I'm offended on your behalf in more ways than one. First off, the assumption that all autistic people act like Mark Zuckerberg, that's offensive. Also, Mark Zuckerberg is a lizard person. I don't think he's from this earth. He appears to be some sort of I'm not sure where he comes from. Most people are saying lizard. So anyway, I don't know how you are, but to me, them's fighting words. To me, those would be, alright, the gloves are coming off. I'm like, what the fuck do you mean? What are you talking about? Large Soul of Spider-Man, thank you for the 16 months. I told my psychiatrist I get overstimulated really easy, not hinting at autism at all, and he said, I don't strike him as on the spectrum. I think the tests are kind of subjective because we have, like said before, everyone is on the spectrum to some degree. Of course, it is a spectrum, and that's why it is a spectrum, because when you have a spectrum, everyone's on the spectrum. Somewhere. That's how spectrums work. Everyone's on it somewhere. You would either just be more or less in certain ways. But I don't think the spectrum... this is gonna get kind of... Okay. When people are talking about, like, an autistic spectrum, what I think of is... They think of it as, like, a line graph. In just a one-dimensional line graph. You know? You're either more or less. I feel like that's how a lot of people think of it, is when you say, oh, you're on the spectrum. Okay, so you're either low or high. But it's not really a one-dimensional line graph. It's more of a multi-dimensional I don't know what you would call it in math. It's more of a, it's got different dimensions to it. It's got up and down, it's got forwards and backwards, it's got left and right. And it's like, where are you on that spectrum? It's not a linear spectrum, it's more of a cube. Where are you in that cube? Like if a political spectrum would be a square, I feel like the autism spectrum would be a cube. Does that make sense? Do you see what I'm... Does that make sense? I feel like I'm crazy. Do you get what I'm trying to say? I feel like people think of the autism spectrum like a flat line like this, right? But in reality, it's got more dimensions to it. To add another dimension to it would be to make it a square. So you can go up, down, left, right. But I feel like there's also depth to it. So it's got a third dimension. It's a 3-dimensional spectrum. Alright, so you get what I'm saying? Okay, good. You fall somewhere within that box. What would be the points on the chart? Just the different, like... You would have to take in... Okay, well, if it's 3-dimensional, do you want to figure out what those 3 dimensions would be? Like, okay, let's look at the different symptoms or the different qualifiers, and then where would you be in that spectrum? Anonymous, thank you for giving that sub to Smokeahottis. Thank you for setting us off on a hype train. Give me some more time to think about what the X, Y, and Z axes would be, because that actually is a really good question. That is a really good question, and I would want to give some more time to think about it. Because I have some ideas. I have some ideas of what those 3 axes would be. And then a 3-dimensional spectrum. But as you go up and down, it would get higher and lower, but then you would also have inverses and then inverses in different directions. And I say that just because the autism spectrum is probably one of the most complicated spectrums that I've seen, as far as like stuff that's regularly understood and regularly talked about. Because you've got a whole manner of different symptom expressions. You've got different ways that different things are expressed depending on, social norms and gender things. It's much more complicated than people might make it out to be. So yeah, I don't know. I want to think about it some more. Anyway. Our understanding of autism grows by the day. I laughed, but out of curiosity, I took a 50-question online assessment for adult autism. The result was strong likelihood. Let me just say that the fact that you even bothered to sit down and take the test says a lot. In many ways, that might even say more than what the results of the test were. In many ways, it could also just be innocuous. But anyway. The result was strong likelihood, but I doubt the validity of the test results because the questions were more about preferences than mentality. So yeah, now you're getting... This is why it's such a complicated thing. You have to take different things into consideration. You have to take masking into consideration. You have to take in, What sort of things have I learned? What sort of coping mechanisms have I developed? What sort of symptoms have I been able to effectively manage? What symptoms do I actively struggle with? So I guess what I would say is, what do you think about you? What do you feel? Do you feel like do you want someone else's opinion on where you would be at within the spectrum? Where do you feel like you're at within the spectrum? Because the spectrum includes everyone. Everyone's on it somewhere. Where do you think you are on it? That's what really matters. For example, I was asking questions such as, do you prefer going to the library or going to a party? I chose library because I like reading books, but I don't understand the connection with autism. Right? It's like this applies a stereotype that autistic people don't like to party. What if you were autistic and your hyperfixation was on partying? Now what? Riddle me that one. What you are experiencing here are stereotypes that we apply to what it must mean to be autistic or on the autism spectrum. You know, it's making assumptions based on just our understanding of like a more severe and disruptive form of autism, I guess is the way that I would look at it. I would say that, you know, there are people that have a more debilitating form of it, where it's much more of it's more of a disruption. It causes more stress. It causes more disconnection. You know, they might have issues with communication or with recognizing social norms and that type of stuff. And so it can be more severe, more stressful. And we kind of apply what an average person, or like a less severe person would look like based on what we notice within like the very severe. And so, yeah, of course, a very severe person is probably gonna, you know, would rather prefer a quiet, mellow, understimulating environment to avoid, you know, stress and feeling overstimulated. The worst is sweeping for Elon Musk by saying he's autistic. How insulting. Right? Like, he's not representative of the entire population of autistic people. No, I don't mean to offend anybody but when I say this, but you can be autistic and a Nazi. Like, those two aren't mutually exclusive. But to try to just dismiss Naziist behaviors because of autism is disgusting. It's like, no, actually, you can be both. You can be autistic and a Nazi. You shouldn't use autism as a way to gloss over or, you know, not take that type of stuff seriously. That's stupid. I would like to know your opinion on these kinds of assessments, and is there even a point to taking them? Well, I feel like it's mostly just to get you thinking about yourself. Because in any of these types of assessments, you're probably going to see some biases. You're probably going to see some outdated information or some generalizations, because that's how assessments tend to form. It's really hard to get a perfect assessment tool. That's why they're constantly revising and updating them to try to more accurately figure out what it is that they're trying to measure. The fact that you felt compelled to take it, the fact that you decided to go through with that because you yourself were curious, I would say that probably says more than whatever the results were. It's like you were probably thinking this yourself, or maybe it was something you might have always wondered, Anyway, the fact of the matter is this. Everyone's on the spectrum somewhere, and this type of test, it can maybe kind of help you figure out where that might be. But at the end of the day, it's like, what is this going to help you do? Is this going to help you do something? Is it going to help you to find a deeper level of understanding about yourself? Are you going to be able to feel more valid and seen and understood? You know, if it has a purpose, if there's a point in doing it. Or maybe we just want to satisfy our own curiosity. It's more of a self-evaluation thing, I guess. Right? You know, we always want to get to know ourselves a little better. So someone flip off a Cybertruck on the freeway. Oh yeah, every time I see one, people are always laughing at it. It's so funny. Whenever I see one, I always see people like pointing and laughing, or like, you know, they're always like pointing out how fucking stupid it looks. Imagine spending all that money just to get made fun of. Or imagine you spend all of this money on a car just to have raccoons keep trying to break into it because they think it's a dumpster. Raccoons can't tell the difference between this car and a dumpster. That was my question. I'm at work but listening. Thanks for answering. Oh, you're welcome. Hopefully my answer made some sense. I feel like we kind of were all over the place there for a minute. Those raccoons fucked that up. Do you see that? Oh my god, they were really trying to get in there. Camping trip ruined. Do you think Elon's treasury grab is actually revenge for being mocked publicly over and over again? Elon had issues far before the public humiliation and the public mocking. He has a deep wounding of his ego that was probably inflicted on him by his dad, Errol, because Errol Musk is a real piece of shit. If you ever want to find out more about where Elon came from, just do some research on who his dad is. His dad hates him. They interviewed his dad once and they were like, oh yeah, Elon was telling you he was getting bullied in school all the time. Elon told you about the time his friends pushed him down the stairs and then beat him up so bad he had to go to the hospital. But did he tell you? And this is his dad spilling this tea. His dad's just like... his dad's telling his secrets. He's like, the reason why his friends pushed him down the stairs and beat him up so bad that he had to go to the hospital is because he was bullying one of the other kids because his dad had committed suicide. That's why they beat Elon up. And I can't say that he didn't have it coming. This is what his dad said. So yeah, he's been an entitled idiot for his entire life. I'm afraid to fly right now. Statistically, you're probably fine. Statistically, you're probably fine. Like, the failure rate of planes is still lower than the failure rate of cars. So you, statistically speaking, you'll probably still have a safer flight than, you might have on the drive to the airport. Does it mean I'm hot if the cashier asked me if I want my receipt after I walked away? No. They just wanted to know what to do with this piece of paper that they're holding. Is it okay for me to throw this away? Or do they want it? If they thought you were hot, they would have gone humana, 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 awooga, and their eyes would have popped out of their head and their tongue would have unfurled like a big carpet. Maybe they work at one of those stores where they're like, if we don't ask you if you want your receipt, you get a $5 gift card or some shit. Damn it, I thought I was cute. That doesn't mean no, you could still be cute. Don't get it twisted. I would just say in general, though, it's probably not a good idea to take people's advances too seriously when they are working in a service position. You know, cashier, working at a desk somewhere, cutting your hair, waiting on you at the restaurant. You know, part of what they're getting paid for is being nice to you. And we don't need to necessarily misinterpret that as romantic interest. Anyway, what a dumb truck. What a dumb truck. So yeah, the thing about those online autism tests is that not all of them are going to be like official or regulated, or like it could just be, the level of scientific accuracy as a BuzzFeed quiz. Money can't buy taste. I want to get a Cybertruck so I can have the most expensive Tesla at the charging station. Yeah, that'll show all those other Tesla drivers at the charging station. They're gonna look at your big fat truck and think, wow, I wish I was that person. But here I am sitting in my regular car. Nah, they're not even gonna look up from their phones. They're not even gonna bother looking at you. All that peacocking and you're not even getting the attention you want. I have a question about functional freeze. Is it just being depressed in bed or something else? You're talking about those times in which you feel unable to do the stuff that you might otherwise need to do. You feel immobilized. You feel stuck. It very often is a symptom of depression. It could also be a result of stress. You know, sometimes if we feel so overwhelmed by stress, we just feel stuck underneath it. It's like a big boulder. So what do we do about it? What do we do about it when we feel like we're stuck in bed? What do we do if the hardest part of what we're trying to do is get started? Because it really is the hardest part of it. You don't have any inertia. You've got no momentum. You're just exhausted. Yesterday you said sit up. That's a good first start. On those days when all you want to do is lay down, sometimes just sitting up is a win. So that can be a good place to start. Sometimes it involves kicking a leg out of bed. What I like to do nowadays, because I don't have to take it that slowly when I feel like I'm stuck in bed, I take a big deep breath, and then I do the thing, and then I let the breath go. Take a big deep breath, I sit up, get a little stretch, let the breath go. Take another big deep breath, stand up, and get moving. I do it like I do most other things. I breathe through it. Mindful breathing is a really helpful technique for getting things started because it gives a certain distraction to the part of your brain that's got you stuck in the first place. Because it's not really the entirety of you that's stuck, it's just an important part of you that's stuck. It's like you're trying to start a car and it's going it's not quite turning over. It's like you're almost there, but you're waiting for that spark. You're waiting for that ignition. So that vroom, now you can get going. So that's kind of where you're at, is you're just what you want is the all right, now we're cooking. And what I found is that spark, that ignition that you could need to get your engine going is Mindful breathing is OP. I don't know how many times I have to tell people this. I'm probably going to have to keep repeating it for the rest of my fucking life. Mindful breathing, that shit's overpowered. When I say OP, maybe you don't know what I mean. I mean overpowered. It's a video game term. If something is unbalanced, it's too strong, it's too effective, it's OP. It's overpowered. And I can't undersell the importance of mindful breathing. It's OP. You can breathe through just about anything, except drowning. If you're stuck in a pool of water, you can't really breathe through that one. You gotta swim through that one. I need to stop being embarrassed when I need to take deep breaths. Right? It's like, and I think what's important here is you've recognized a mental block. Like, wait, why do I feel silly? Is it because I feel like people are gonna judge me for doing it? Wait, but why would people judge me for breathing? I'm just breathing. People are around me breathing all the time. Everybody else in here is breathing. I should be able to breathe too. So I think just recognizing, sometimes we put up mental blocks and then we're like, wait, why though? Why do I feel silly for doing this? I recognize that the belief itself is the real silly one. Let me get rid of that. Alright, we've got another question in the box here. Let's take a look. Let's go ahead and dive on in. I recently confided in my brother about a sensitive, traumatic matter that happened between me and my father when I was younger. He told me that about a month ago he used this traumatic event and weaponized it towards my father. Sent him a strongly worded message. So your brother heard about it from you and then got mad at your dad about it and then directed that anger towards him in reference to this thing. You know, maybe he could have gone about it in a more mindful and strategic way, but it does sound like he was upset for you and wanted to... You know, do you think he was upset for you? Or was he just using this as ammunition? I think he cares about you. That's probably why you felt comfortable enough to tell him about it. You guys are probably pretty close. Let's continue. So he sent your dad a strongly worded message. I think he was trying to hurt my dad like my dad has emotionally hurt my brother. My brother has a strained relationship with my parents, and it doesn't help that he lives in Indiana and we are in Texas. I am upset that he said something to my dad when this event happened so long ago. Why bring up the old stuff? So that we can process it and move past it. I don't think he was just bringing up the old stuff for fun. I think he was bringing it up because this was something that might have been news to him, and so it's not old stuff to him. This is new stuff. You know, if hearing this from you was the first time that he heard about it or that he really knew about it, maybe he had an idea, but maybe he didn't know the full extent of it. And so in a way, it is new. Was it more fuel for his fire to attack my dad? Could have been both. It could have been both. You know, it might not be so clean cut as, you know, he was just angry on my behalf and he was trying to protect me and that's why he lashed out at him, is because he was mad at him for what he did to me. Or is he just trying to use this as one to get one over on him and to, you know, could be both, and it probably is somewhere in between. Because most things are. He just recently found this information out. Well, then that makes sense because it's not if it's he's just now figuring this stuff out, then it's news to him. And so it might feel like old stuff to you, old stuff to dad. It's news to him. So that's why he would bring it up, is because it's not old stuff to him. But I would also take some time to think about, you felt the need to talk to him about it. You know, you felt the need to talk to your brother about it. And I feel like somewhere within you, even though you do feel like this is old stuff, why bring it up? You still felt on some level that need to like talk about this and process this. Maybe it's something you've had to keep to yourself for a long time. And you wanted to talk to somebody about it. Maybe it's still affecting you in some way that you might not understand. I understand that he wanted to hurt my dad, but I don't like that he used my traumatic event to do so. How can I process this situation? I would encourage you to talk to somebody that doesn't have a direct emotional stake in the situation. Sometimes when it comes to processing traumas, it helps to talk to somebody like a therapist, somebody who understands trauma, somebody that can offer a non-biased third-party perspective. Now, regardless of what your brother's intentions might have been, I don't think we can really blame him for acting the way that he did, especially if this is news to him. You know, I can imagine that myself as an older brother, somebody who feels a certain protective capacity for my younger siblings, if I found out new information about some trauma that was inflicted on one of my siblings, even though it might have happened a long time ago, I might have some words to say with my parents about it, even though it happened a long time ago. And so I understand where he's coming from, but did he do it in the best way? Probably not, because what he should have done, instead of just going on the attack, is he should have talked to you about it and say, what do you want me to do about this? Do you want me to talk to Dad about this? I appreciate you confiding in me, but what would you like, where would you like to go from here? That's what he should have done. And so we can acknowledge that he was in the wrong for just immediately using this and going on the attack, because now it feels like, okay, I can't tell him anything because it's just going to become more ammunition for this conflict. And I don't want to give anybody any more ammo. So I can understand why your brother did what he did. And I don't think that he, you know, I don't know if he was trying to hurt you with this or what. I think he was just trying to, like, he was mad. He's mad. He's upset. He's got, you know, he was dealt a crappy hand by your dad. He's got a strained relationship with him. So we can understand why he did it. It doesn't excuse it, but it explains it. We can understand why he did it, and we feel like maybe he overstepped a little bit and maybe he responded a little bit too quickly. But generally, the best thing to do when somebody comes to you to confide something in you is to ask them what you want, what they want you to do about it. Like, what should we do about this? You know, don't go start a fight on their behalf. Would be nice if my family cared like you would, LOL. I told my sister Saturday how many times our parents assaulted me as an adult without any place to go, and she hung up. You know, how was she treated by your parents? You know what I mean? She probably doesn't have a great, like, if that's the type of parent you're dealing with, She probably doesn't have the greatest relationship with him either. Maybe she's just not in a place to properly talk about it. See, now this is the thing when we're dealing with like family abuse and we're dealing with like our relationships with our siblings. This is complicated stuff, and this is stuff that can take time to heal properly. You know, maybe an older sibling becomes more aware of how the ways they were treated were not fair and they were abusive, and you see that now and you understand it, and then you want to go and you want to tell your younger siblings about it and you want to talk about this, but they're just not ready to hear it. Just like you wouldn't have been ready to hear it if you were their age. And so sometimes it takes time, and there's just like, you have to be delicate and mindful about this kind of stuff, because it could end up, this is the kind of stuff that can, you know, drive a wedge in between family members. So I think part of what goes into it when it comes to siblings talking to other siblings about the stuff that they've endured or the way that their parents treated them, you know, sometimes you can expect them to not take it how you would expect them to take it. She pretends none of it happened to any of us. Well, yeah, that doesn't work. Like, denial is a very quick way to just find yourself very lonely, very isolated. Nobody likes to spend time with somebody who's so disconnected from reality. I don't think she'll get to that point, barring a sea of change. Here's hoping. Sometimes people can change faster than we'd give them credit for. We have to believe that people can change. They might never, and that's up to them. I've got no choice but to believe that people can change. I also have to take into consideration my brothers are not as emotionally mature as I am seeing. Oh yeah, exactly. Especially if you're the oldest. Like, if you're the oldest and then you go back and you start telling your siblings about the way that you were treated or the way that their parents are treating you is actually, like, manipulative or abusive or whatever, it's like, they just might not be in a place where they're ready to hear that. They might not have come to that realization that you have. Oh, it works. She makes oodles of money and has a fiance, but she's marrying our dad. She's marrying your dad? It is a workaholic just like him. What I've found to be true for many of those types of people is the people who spend the most amount of hours working to have nice stuff are typically not very satisfied with the stuff that they have. So yeah, she could have all that stuff going for her, and you could say that if I had all that stuff, I might be happier than I am now, and that's probably true, but doesn't mean she's happy. Especially when you're the type of person who relies so heavily on denial as a coping mechanism. Like, you can have a nice place and lots of money and a fancy car and all that stuff, and you can still be perfectly miserable. Happens all the time. Thanks for talking that one out. Yeah, no problem. This is one that, I resonate with. I understand, I just feel like I'll never be happy. Why? Why? But why, though? I think we have to recognize the error in our thinking here, and I'm gonna come out and say it, there's an error in your thinking here, but that shouldn't be taken as an insult, that should be taken as a reassurance. You want to be wrong here. You don't want to be correct here. You want to be proven wrong, I'll prove you wrong. You might not be happy right now, you might not be happy today, you might not be happy this week. Identify that, recognize that. Why speak for the rest of your history? It might not be today, it might not be tomorrow, but you will have a good day. You will feel warmth. You will feel love and joy. It will happen. Writing your future ahead of time rarely does us any good. But I know where you're coming from. I see what you're trying to say. I've been there myself. When you're down in it, when you're down in the pit, you kind of forget what it's like to be out of the pit. But the thing about being in the pit is it makes you forget. Being in the pit makes you forget what it feels like to be out of the pit. But as soon as you do start to get out of the pit and you do start to see the sun again, it all comes back to you. Oh yeah, this is what it feels like to be joyous. Oh yeah, this is what it feels like to be happy. I remember now. How could I forget this? This seems impossible to forget. And that's the perplexing paradox that is depression. One of the most disturbing symptoms, in my opinion, of depression is the way that it will make you forget shit. It'll make you forget what makes you happy. It'll make you forget what being happy even feels like. And it's that disconnect that's really so difficult to deal with. The fact that you feel like, I don't know what happiness is. I don't know if I've ever been happy. And then it's not until you start to get happier and you start to actually feel better that you recognize, like, okay, there have definitely been moments where I was doing okay and I have had happiness and people do care about me. But when you're in the pit, it's dark. It's lonely. That's scary. Keep climbing. and reach out for a hand up if you need one. There's people there, and we're trying to help pull you out. Let me just say, I want to end it on this. Don't be dead set on having, no happiness in the rest of your life. If you do believe that that's what's going to happen, then it's probably going to happen. You're probably going to find a way to make that happen. If you're just absolutely certain that every day that I'm going to be alive is going to suck, then you have the power to do that. It is well within your capabilities as a person to do. To just never have fun again, never know love again, be completely isolated and disconnected. People are really good at that kind of shit. I've seen tons of people do it. But you don't want to do it. And that's why it's frustrating to you. But you feel like, maybe I got no choice. Maybe I have to do it. Maybe I'm just stuck this way. You aren't. Open up to the idea that you could be wrong about yourself. Start taking a closer look at the ways in which you might be perpetuating your own unhappiness. If you want to have more happiness, you gotta actively choose it. You gotta actively engage in it. You gotta pursue it. And then you gotta find joy in that pursuit. Because it's not about the destination. What is the most interesting CIA psychological experiment ran, in your opinion? Either the Gateway experiment, where they talk about, alternate dimensions and that kind of woo-woo stuff. That one's pretty interesting. The Gateway Protocol. And I would say less interesting, but more horrifying would be the MK Ultra experiments. Where the government used a variety of different techniques, including psychedelic drugs, in order to figure out if you could control somebody's mind. Fucking ads. You hate to see it. Nobody likes an advertisement. Can we get a curable treatment for ads? It's called subscribing or begging for a sub. I've seen both people use that to a good effect. Saying pretty please. Hey, put myself in an awkward situation and I am overthinking it. Well, you're here on the right day, aren't you? On the day of the overthinking presentation. Boy, are you in the right place. Right place at the right time. I've been hearing constant noise from the apartment above me for the last 5 days around 9 p.m., so I called security to check it out. I found workers still working late, even past midnight. They said no one could stop them if they closed the door. Anonymous, thank you for gifting that sub to Jalabaya. Thank you, thank you. This is off to a weird start, this submission. It's off to a weird start already. Is anybody else? I already have weird vibes from this. I'm like, what the fuck is going on in this apartment? They're working past midnight and they're like, you can't stop us if we close the door. I'm like, what? Wait, what? Huh? Jelabaya, thank you for gifting that sub. Paying it forward. Thank you, thank you, thank you. There have to be noise ordinances. See, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, you could file a noise complaint. You could file a noise complaint. You could... Now, I know. A cab, I know. Sometimes you're left with no option. And sometimes you gotta call the non-emergency line. And you gotta say, hey, there's the people making a bunch of racket, and it's past hours. So that they can go knock on their door and tell them to quiet down, or they're gonna get issued a fine or something. I know. Nobody likes to call the popo, but sometimes when it comes to like a noise complaint, it's like, what else can you do? If it's like, if you called security, if you talk to the apartment manager, and it's like, what else are you left with? Like, nobody wants to have to do it. It fucking sucks. Like, believe me. Nobody wants to have to do it, but sometimes you're left with no choice. Like, all right, we tried to be reasonable. Now we're gonna have to escalate. I'm gonna have to call the noise police. They said no one could stop them if they closed the door. That's not right. That's not true. Who the... What? Who made that up? That's not a rule. That's made up. What? No. That's not a real thing. That's not a real thing. I can make as much noise as I want as long as I have my door closed. Like, no, like what? What? No. Maybe when you were like a teenager living at home, I don't fucking know. You just think that's how it works out in the real world? No, there's public noise ordinance. If you're making an above average and disrupting amount of noise during off hours, that's a citable offense. Meaning that you can get fined. Yeah, that's not a thing. I would look up the noise ordinance laws wherever you live and just see what the laws are. Because I can guarantee there are. At least in most places. I got pretty tense about it. Today I had to confront the owner because I heard more noise. I explained that the workers were still working after 6 and that they were rude to security. Turns out it was the owner who was rude. The owner? The owner himself did it? I didn't know it was him 5 days ago. I was nervous since it was my first time confronting someone, but I explained everything. They mentioned it's their housewarming tomorrow, which is why they were working late. I feel like they could have let me know beforehand. Well, yeah, that's true. Good communication is... especially if you're in a shared space, you know? Being considerate of your neighbors is especially important when you live in the same building. Like, hey, we're gonna be making a little bit of noise. Just wanted to give you a heads up. We'll try to keep it down. You know, you can go pretty far with just being polite and considerate and just saying, hey, I just want to let you know. We're trying to get some stuff. We got a deadline. Since it's their housewarming, I told them it was okay for the noise and even offered them some tea, but they rejected it. I feel a bit stupid for that, but I just wanted to be friendly. Why? There's no... no good reason to feel stupid in that. You were just trying to be nice. Did I handle this okay? I just wanted to address the noise and keep things civil. The workers were still there late today because of the housewarming. What do you think? Well, hopefully they quiet down when they're done with this. You know, maybe we're off to an awkward start, but, you know, I would just try to be peaceful and civil going forwards. At the end of the day, I don't think it's probably not going to be that big of a deal. I wouldn't look into it too much. Hey, Papa, can you give me some advice on what to do during a Lexapro withdrawal while waiting to get my refill figured out? Now, this is medical advice, so I'm going to not give you medical advice, and what I'm going to do is tell you to talk to your doctor about it. Whoever prescribed it to you, call their office, talk to the doctor, talk to a nurse, and tell them what's going on and see if there's anything they can do for you. From the doctor's side of it. Sometimes psychiatric nurses might have access to samples of prescriptions. They might be able to help you out in some way to help bridge the gap so you're not dealing with the withdrawal symptoms. But it's something that you're going to want to talk to your doctor about. The other option would be to try to talk to the pharmacist and see what they might be able to work out for you. You know, is it that they don't have the medication? Is it that they are waiting on a certain dosage of the medication? Because sometimes what happens is, like, you get prescribed a certain dosage of a pill, but they don't have that dosage in stock. They might have the medication in stock, but they don't have your particular dosage, and so they're waiting for that specific dosage to come in so that they can give that to you. So I guess I would talk to the doctor, talk to the pharmacist, and see what they could arrange, because they might still have the medication. They might just need to give you, instead of like one big pill, give you two smaller pills. The pharmacist can't do that without permission from the doctor though. So I would contact both of them and try to get that figured out. It's been a big help, and I'm almost a week since my last dose and really struggling with the major downswing my mood has taken. I'm so irritable while also on the verge of tears all day. Try to take good care of yourself in this time, okay? Like, show yourself some compassion. Just understand that this might be a little rough. You know, try to take it easy. She was supposed to put in a new prescription for it, and it didn't show up, so I sent in for my regular refill, but it said delayed, and now it's a week, and after I've called and messaged, I'm just frustrated. I'll just go in tomorrow. Yeah, it's frustrating dealing with this kind of stuff, isn't it? But you'll make it through. You're gonna be alright. Sometimes you have to show up in person and let them know how frustrated you are. That's one of the frustrating things, especially when it comes to dealing with doctors and medical offices and pharmacies. It's like sometimes just being frustrated on the phone isn't enough. Sometimes you gotta show up. Be like, hey. So you've got a plan on what you're going to do tomorrow, so until then, all you got to do is just try to chill. It sounds like there was just some miscommunication and some issues with switching the medications around. Which is really frustrating, but that kind of stuff happens. But yeah, one thing that people might not be aware of, and I think this is good information to have, is a lot of nurses, especially at like like mental health center type treatment places, you know, especially if that's what they normally dole out. They might have access to like sample packs of a lot of different types of medications. And so sometimes in a pinch, I have known people to be able to get access to those samples of medication as a way to like bridge the gap between prescriptions. And so I don't know if you'd have something like that available, but I think it's always worth to ask. But yeah, if you didn't know that, now you do. There are a lot of prescriptions that you can get a sample pack of. I've seen it used in some pretty creative ways too. I've seen practitioners be able to like get somebody on a certain amount of medication for like a few weeks until they wait until their insurance is able to kick in or something. You know, like maybe they don't have coverage for the medication, but the sample is technically free. So it could be helpful in a pinch. Again, I don't know where all this would be available, but it was available at some of the places I've worked. Gold Fart, thank you for gifting that sub. All right, we're caught up with the questions. You know what that means. Oh, we're ready for this one. Oh, we're ready for this one. Talking about overthinking. Hold on, I'm making a poll. I want to do a poll today. If you were putting a question into the question box, we'll come back to it after the presentation, and all the questions that get put into the box, we'll revisit those once the presentation's done. Give me just a moment, I'm putting my poll together. Alright, we're gonna do a poll because we love information. We love data. The question on this poll is, how do you overthink? How do you overthink? What we're going to talk about is what overthinking is, what we do about it, how it manifests. And one of the things we're going to talk about are the two main ways that we overthink. The first way of overthinking is about thinking about too many different things. I feel scattered. You know, there's just too much input. I'm overstimulated. The other main form of overthinking is I find myself dwelling on one thing. I keep coming back to it. And so what I'm curious to see is, what type of overthinkers are we? And I have a feeling, if you're an overthinker, you probably do both. I would say that both, both is showing to be the most common, and that's kind of what I was anticipating. So, good. We're going to learn how to deal with both of these today. The scattered, overstimulated feeling is usually what's edging me towards a panic attack of some sort. When edging goes wrong. That was crass of me to say. Need to figure out how to deal with overstimulation because it makes me so irritable. Oh, I hear ya. Overstimulation is a very easy way to get irritated. Think about a cat. Cats are very sensitive creatures, and so it's easy to understand overstimulation. Just look at a cat. The cat wants you to pet it, and it's like, oh yeah, that's good. Keep going. And then, when it's had enough, it lets you know. Alright, no more. And then if you keep bothering it, what does it do? It slaps you. Cats like to be pet, but they don't like to be over-pet because they're very sensitive and it overstimulates them. And they respond with irritation to overstimulation, just like you or I would. I feel like a big part of the stress that comes from feeling overstimulated stems from a feeling of lack of control over our environment. There's just too many things different going on. I don't have grips on all of this. It's just too much to process. Maybe we like to take things piece by piece. Maybe we like to digest things a little more slowly. But this is just too much at once. And it makes us feel like we have lost control of the situation. Just float downstream. Just flow with it. Just try to roll with it instead of trying to swim against the current. The best way to find peace is to go with the flow. One of these, I have the beagles in the room with me, and one of them farted, and I could smell it from all the way over here. I'm like, oh my god, they're really letting them rip, aren't they? Woo! Woo! These beagles are over here farting like a 60-year-old man. Okay, so when we're talking about different types of overthinking, a person who primarily thinks about just one thing, they find one thing, or like one type of thing, it might not be specifically one thing, right? I know I said one thing, but I don't necessarily literally mean one thing. I mean like one recurring thing, one recurring object or theme. It could be something with something like a pure O type OCD, where your primary stress is the obsessive thought, and maybe you have recurring intrusive images in your mind of, oh, a pizza? Oh, yes, please. Casey brought me she made me a little pizza. Intrusive images of pizza is what I was saying. Overthinking is something that most people, I would say, do. In certain situations, in certain contexts, you know, it's not always easy to keep it cool. Sometimes you feel a little bit overwhelmed. Oh, thank you, babe. She brought me a sody pop and some pizza. Oh, that's love. Find someone to bring you pizza and soda. And then never let them go. So it seems like the most common one here, and we have a little bit of time left on the poll if you wanted to get your answers in, because I like to know what we're dealing with so I know what to put more emphasis on. And it sounds like primarily a lot of us are dealing with both. Maybe not at the same time, but, you know, it fluctuates. Being an overthinker isn't a bad thing. It means your brain's got good processing power. It means your brain can do a lot. Your brain's, what's a computer processor term? It's operating at a high gigahertz or something. It's got a lot of flops to it. I don't know. Overclocking? No, you don't want to overclock your brain because that's how you have a seizure. You want to avoid overclocking your CPU. You're going to short it out. Atticus is going to start making squeaky noises because he smells my pizza and he wants to eat it. That's too bad, Atticus. This is my pizza pie. That's not for you. Make you fart even worse than you are. Oh, we got one. I was waiting for it. We got one person who doesn't overthink. Tell us, what's it like? Can you share some wisdom with us? What is your secret? Just wanted to vote for this option. Ah, you just wanted to be different. That's fine. Someone learned to be an overthinker. I was so chill back in the day. You know, if your brain is like a computer and overthinking is like, you know, okay, so you're thinking about one thing, right? You're thinking about one thing, you got one tab open, and then you got another tab open because you're thinking about these questions. Then You got another tab. You got another tab. Another tab. Another tab. Another tab. This is overthinking. You got too many tabs open. Kind of gotta go in there and just, close out a few of those. Free up some of that RAM. Alright, let's get to it. Without further ado, let's get to it. What do we mean when we say overthinking? When we're talking about overthinking, what we're talking about is excessive, repetitive, and unproductive thought patterns. These are stressful and they interfere with our ability to make decisions. They might keep us locked in, they might keep us scattered. There's a few different ways it can manifest. I got several tabs open on several screens. We only got one set of eyes. Overthinking can either be thinking about too many different things at once. You're too scattered, you're spread too thin. That's a form of overthinking. Another form of overthinking would be thinking too much about one single thing. Now, when I say one single thing, I don't necessarily just mean literally one thing. I think, a realm of stuff. Maybe if it's like self-worth or social situations, or you're remembering a specific event, that type of thing. And what we've learned from the poll here is that many people who deal with overthinking tend to deal with both of these things. Kind of just depends on the time of the day. Do you find that you do one in the morning and one at night? I keep my scattered, too many things, that's more of an afternoon thing. Is it when we lie down in bed, Anyway. This is what overthinking is. And we don't need to overthink it. We don't need to overthink overthinking. So let's continue. Why do we overthink? Why do we overthink? Overthinking, it could be an evolutionary survival mechanism. Maybe it's something that helps us to anticipate danger and plan ahead. Maybe it's there to help keep us safe. Just like most anxiety is, that's why it's there. Technically, it's there to keep us safe from harm. But as we know, anxiety is an overbearing parent, and it really likes to hover over your shoulder and plan your every move. So, this is one of the reasons why we overthink. We're actually encouraged to do it, because the more we plan for potential dangers, the better the chance we have of surviving those dangers. A lot of what goes into it is just anxiety and uncertainty. Anxiety and uncertainty keep you in a pretty restless state. We don't like it when things don't have a clear answer, or we're waiting for more information, or we're not sure what's going to happen. That's inherently stressful. Left rights with the gifted sub. Thank you, partner. Why, thank you, partner. That's much appreciated. Overthinking can also be a common symptom of perfectionism. You know, that fear of failure. This is where we start to develop that analysis paralysis. Like, all right, what should I do next? Well, I could do this, but maybe there's a better option. Well, maybe I could do this, but that's better in this way, but worse in this other way. I need to find out a third, secret way that's perfect in every way before I can proceed. I'm thinking about getting nicotine pouches. I'm not sure if I can take cutting nicotine all at once. What do you think? Try your best to just quit cold turkey. You know, if you're doing the pouches, you're kind of just delaying the inevitable. You're already through the worst of it. I would just keep on trucking. That's what helped me to get myself through a nicotine addiction, is I just kept saying to myself, I'm through the worst of it. You know, I've already made it through the worst part of it, so any struggle ahead is going to be objectively easier than what I've already done. I think the worst has just begun. I disagree. I think the worst begins whenever you get hooked on nicotine pouches, and then you have to quit nicotine all over again. That's when it really gets bad. And you're realizing, oh. If you've already been nicotine free for a few days, just keep on trucking. You know, you already done it for a few days, you can do it for a few more. Take it one day at a time, my friend. Another part of why we overthink is because of our negative past experiences. Negative past experiences have a way of reinforcing overthinking patterns. You know, if we had something really bad happen, or maybe, you know, we made a choice and it ended up being the wrong choice, and we find ourselves dwelling on that and ruminating on it. This is what it would have been like if I had made that choice instead. So when you think about that, about how negative experience will encourage you to be more of an overthinker, it really makes sense that overthinking really is an evolutionary survival mechanism. You had something bad happen, and so now you overthink it. You think about it too much. It's trying to protect you. I had several friends who quit smoking with nicotine pouches, and now they use more nicotine than ever. Same goes for vaping. Like, people are like, yeah, I started vaping to quit smoking cigarettes. But they're just ripping through more nicotine than they ever have in their life. They're just like, so much better for me. Vaping was so dumb, I don't know why I ever did it. Sometimes we like to give the monkey brain, you know, something that it doesn't need. I'm like, monkey brain liked it. Monkey brain thought this was fun. But monkey brain has no self-control, and we need to keep him in check. Honestly, like, having vaped myself, what really makes me not want to vape is watching other people do it and just being like, ugh. You know what I mean? Just like, ugh. Just seeing people take these fat rips, and I'm just like, ugh. It's way safer than cigarettes, man. Also, it's very embarrassing to do because you're just like, this is my binky. Kind of feels like a pacifier. This is how I self-soothe. A friend of mine tried to get me into vaping. She mentioned she only does it during vacation time, then cold quits. You know, I'm in a relationship with nicotine now where like I could do that. Like I could do it on vacation and then come back and never buy another one. But yeah, I don't think you should ever try to get anybody else into it. That's a little bit irresponsible. Like, hey, you want to try one of the most addictive substances known to humankind? Anyway, let's keep rolling. Let's talk about type 1, thinking about too many things. Thinking about too many things is one of the common ways that people will overthink. And what does this do to us? It leads us to feel mentally cluttered. We've got a bunch of half-opened, half-finished. It's just scattered about. Now, where does this go? What was this from? What was I doing with this? Too many unfinished projects. Too many tabs open. An important idea that we mention here, this is something we haven't really talked much about before, but I want you to pay attention to this here. Decision fatigue. Decision fatigue. What do you think I mean when I say decision fatigue? Tired of making decisions? Kind of. It's basically that feeling of exhaustion that you get from having to constantly make choices. Or deciding between these two different things. Like, alright, what do I want to do now? Well, I could do this, or I could do that, or I could do this other secret third thing. Or maybe I'll just do what I always do, and I'll just stick to the plan, I'll just scroll on my phone. Constantly feeling like everything is a choice. Everything is a choice, don't get me wrong. Like, of course, everything is a choice, and you have to make a bunch of choices a day. But just that wearing fatigue of, like, feeling like I have to make high-pressured choices 500 times a day. I'm like, all right, what am I going to have for lunch? Am I going to eat fresh? Am I going to go somewhere else? What am I going to order? What am I going to do? You know, it's exhausting to feel like every decision you make is, you know, of the utmost importance. Kind of gets min-max brain. Oh yeah, one of the best things you can do, like, for your own wellness is cool it with the min-maxing. The term min-maxing comes from Dungeons and Dragons. To min-max would be to make a character that has all of the maximum amount of points in all of the the things that are strengths for that character, and then putting the minimum amount of points in the stuff that doesn't matter for that character. So you're essentially, you know, trying to metagame and make the optimum choices based on the rules. Now, this works in video games, but this does not work in real life. If you do this in real life, it could actually be really unhealthy. Because in real life, there is no level cap. In real life, you can keep leveling up, you can keep gaining experience, you can get more skill points. And so you don't have to be a min-maxer, you can just continue to level up and continue to gain experience and continue to grow. As someone who used to play MMO games, I've had to learn to cool it. Right, and one of the things you'll notice is that it sucks the fun out of the game. It's like, of course it's fun to win, but you also want things to feel more organic and whimsical and not feel like I'm having to do a job. I don't want this to feel like work. And whenever you min-max things, it makes it feel like work. We don't want everything to feel like work. Sometimes we just want to have fun doing stuff. Also, you gotta remember that the min-max mindset also implies a judgment on yourself. There is a correct choice and there is an incorrect choice. If I'm not doing the optimal thing all of the time, I am wrong and I am failing. You can see how that's unhealthy. I have to operate at 100% efficiency every single day, otherwise I'm a complete and utter failure as a human being. Some common causes of feeling this mental clutter, thinking about too much at once. Stress. Stress is a common cause for a lot of mental woes. Having to do too much multitasking. Maybe you're not only thinking about too much stuff, but you're doing too much stuff, and so that's part of the reason why you're thinking too much. Or maybe you've just got too many things cooking. You know, maybe you got some other stuff that you need to work through before you take on new projects. Maybe you've got some unresolved stuff that we need to get out of the way so we can clear some space to work. I feel like I'm like that in my personal life, but the opposite at work. Oh yeah, at work you should definitely do the minimum amount of work, but try to get the maximum amount of pay for it. See, when we min-max at work, we do it the opposite way. We're still min-maxing, but it's more of a max-minning. We're like, how can I get the maximum amount of pay for the minimum amount of work? Ask that at a job interview. You should. What's the least amount of work that I can do in order to secure the most amount of income from this company? And then they look at you and they say, I'm not sure if we want to proceed with an applicant who's only motivated by financial gain. And I would reply, why do you think anyone wants this job? Do you think that they're really just that passionate about being a project manager at a regional distribution center for office supplies? Not really. Just really love paper clips. I'm really committed to the people in the Midwest receiving the highest quality office supplies that they possibly can. Like, no, people work because they need money. You need money to survive in a capitalist society, and so they've got no choice but to participate. Oh, here he goes about capitalism again. I mean, it's just the system that's holding you hostage right now. It's not really like it's that big of a deal. It's not really like we need to talk about it or anything, but I'll continue. I'm overthinking about capitalism. You know what you should do, though? Before I continue, I just want to add on to this joke a little bit. You know what would be funny? Go into a job interview and they say, so, what makes you interested in this position or to work for this company or whatever? Just be like, I just really don't like having free time. I like just spending a majority of my, livable week grinding away to someone else's benefit. I really just like feeling consistently underappreciated, overworked, having to do less with more year after year. I really like that. So when can you start? So, back to the topic. Back to the topic at hand. Here are the thought patterns involved in thinking about too many things. We could be doing what is known as catastrophizing. Catastrophizing is when we imagine the worst possible outcomes. And this is one of the things that anxiety likes to do. What's the worst possible thing that could happen? How could I make that even worse? Whenever somebody immediately jumps to the worst possible outcome, that's catastrophizing. This is generally a stress response or even a trauma response. This is somebody who's dealing with anxiety. That's why we do this, because anxiety wants to protect you, and in order to protect you, it needs to understand what could go wrong, and what better way to protect you from what could go wrong than by fully understanding the worst possible thing that could happen. What better a thing to protect yourself from? So you're protecting yourself from a statistical anomaly. What we want to do is we want to be mindful and aware of the realistic dangers, the actual probabilities, and take reasonable precautions for those. There's not much planning you can do if every situation is a doomsday scenario. If you're applying for a police department, they might just hire you. Oh yeah, absolutely. If you score too high on your entrance exams to get into the police department, they don't hire you. They don't want people who are too smart because they know that people who are too smart are more likely to question authority, and we can't have that in the police department. All right, another thought pattern is overgeneralization. Overgeneralization is when we see one thing, one failure as a pattern. Maybe something happened, we made a mistake, and then we're like, I always do this. I'm always going to be this way. I'm such a failure. I'm such a phony. We have to take things like they are, We got to take it one thing at a time. That's the logic by which I'm getting through anxiety. Like, if it's all doomsday, then okay, let it come. Sometimes this helps. Sometimes that does help. Just be like, well, what would happen if this happened? Well, I guess I'd be dead. And then I guess I wouldn't care anymore about how I feel because it wouldn't matter. It's, you know, we want to have anxiety. We want to have a reasonable amount of worry, but we want it to be realistic. When you say one failure, does it exclusively have to be the first failure in the pattern? I don't know if that's making sense, or does the failure spiral into worse thinking? Let me give you an example of overgeneralization. I don't know if I should apply to this college that I want to get into because I didn't make my audition for the baseball team in middle school. I have failed once at one thing. I didn't make the team, I didn't make the cut, and so I must be nothing special. I shouldn't try again. Clearly, I'm not as good as I think I am. So that kind of stuff. Or just like you get a new job and then you make a mistake at that job and then you're like, oh great, I'm terrible at this job. I have no idea what I'm doing. When in reality, like making mistakes and learning is part of being new at something. So that's overgeneralization for you. You know, not doing what you set out to do sometime and then just assuming that I must really suck. I must be a real failure. Another example of some thought patterns involved in thinking about too many things would be a process that we refer to as mental filtering. And in this case, we would primarily be focusing only on the negative aspects of things. Like maybe you have a lot of stuff to do and it's stressing you out because you've got so many different things to do and you're thinking about all the things, like the negative aspects of that. Like, why haven't I finished this yet? I've spent so long, like it's been waiting for me to finish it for so long. Like, why can't I finish anything? We're just using it as an opportunity to really beat ourselves up. So if this is you, then you're in the right place, because guess what's next? How do we manage it? Let's talk about how we manage this type of overthinking. When we're thinking about too many things. Technique number 1. I love the name of this one. Brain dumping. Brain dumping. Write it all out. Write down all of your thoughts. Clear your mind out. Excuse me, I need to go to the little brains room. Need to do some brain dumping. This could be a helpful technique if you feel like I've got too much on my mind. It's like, all right, write that shit down then, partner. Get it all out of you. Because the thing about thoughts is that they have this quality to them. They're kind of enigmatic. They're kind of nebulous. You know, a thought is like a cloud. And so if you got a lot going on in your mind, you know, and it's all loosely connected, it might give the impression that there's a lot more going on or that it's creating a lot more disturbance than it needs to. So just start writing things down. Put some order to it. Bring some order to that chaos. You know, the mind is kind of a chaotic place, but it's through words that we're able to bring some order to it. You know what I mean? Another great way to handle that feeling of overwhelm, I got too much on my mind, I got too much going on, mindfulness exercises. Ground yourself, baby. Focus on the present. Take those deep breaths. Practice those sensory exercises. You know, put yourself into your body. What sort of stuff can I feel? What can I see? What am I hearing right now? Is there anything I can smell? Is that you? This one's definitely worth mentioning because it's definitely one of the my favorite types of techniques. If you're feeling too overwhelmed in your mind, put yourself into your body. This is time-tested, very effective. If it's not as helpful now as you would like it to be, then keep practicing it. The thing about mindfulness is that it's one of those practices that becomes more effective the more you use it. And so a lot of people, they are just getting started and they just start trying it out. And it's like, okay, maybe it helped a little bit, but I still didn't get the full relief that I was looking for. And so then they just kind of quit and they give it up. Keep working it. Get better at it. Just like any other exercise, you get better through practice. It seems like mindfulness is the cure to every mental illness. I would say that mindfulness is an essential component in overcoming any mental symptom. There aren't very many mental symptoms that you're not going to want to be mindful of, you know, just your awareness, your understanding. It's an essential component of it. And that's why we keep mentioning it. That's why we keep bringing it up, because it's just that important. Maybe someday you'll believe me. All right, here's another one. This is another one that I like to do. Time blocking. If you have something on your mind, set a time for it. You know, if you just feel like I just need to just dwell, I just need to allow myself to ruminate, set a time for it. But like, all right, I'm going to schedule it. Like, all right, from the hours of, you know, this might seem silly, but this is actually helpful. You know, instead of just doing it all day, set time for it. Like, all right, it's ruminating time. Let's go ahead and do it. And this actually can be quite helpful. So if you had to set a specific time for this, what time would you pick? You know, give yourself an hour. Give yourself an hour to just be like, all right, between the hours of 6 and 7. So give this a try, especially if you feel, you know, like consistently overwhelmed throughout the day. Try blocking off some time for it. And then during that time, just go wild. Just go all in. Then when you're done, you're done. And lastly, another good technique for organizing our mind is by coming up with a priority list. We want to figure out what's most important. What is it that I need to act on urgently? What is it that I really need to be aware of? And what is it that's not so important? What are the things that I can wait until later? I need to brain dump and prioritize. You could do those at the same time. You could do that at the same exercise. You write up that brain dump, and then you're like, all right, what's most important? Let's rank them. One of the ways to do this is through a tool that's known as the Eisenhower matrix, and I'm going to show you that here in just a second. It looks just like this. So you can make a big square, 4 corners, and then you want to figure out what is it that is urgent and important. If it is urgent and important, then that is stuff that goes into the do section. These are tasks with clear deadlines and significant consequences if not completed in a timely fashion. Now let's say that it's important to do, but it's not urgent. Then this is something we want to schedule. You know, it's still important to do, but I don't need to do it right now. I don't need to worry about it for a few days or a few weeks. We schedule it. Tasks with no set deadline, but that bring you closer to your long-term goals. So let's say that it's urgent, but not important. This is when we delegate. These are tasks that need to get done, but they don't need your expertise in order to be completed. You know, so maybe we need to find somebody else that we can ask for help, or maybe we need to, you know, find somebody else that can help to manage that. You know, maybe it's not something that we need to do directly. Maybe it's something that we need to delegate to somebody else. And then lastly, we've got that bottom corner, that red corner. If it's not urgent and it's not important, we delete it. These are tasks that are just distracting you. They don't add any measurable value. So this is stuff that we can learn to let go of. So this is a good way to organize your thinking. You know, if you feel like my brain is over-cluttered and disorganized, this is a nice way to organize it. What is it that's urgent? What is it that's not urgent? And then of those tasks, which of them are important and which ones are not important? This can be a great way to bring some organization to the chaos. And that's really what it's all about, isn't it? I think mental health by and large is all about bringing some order to the chaos. All right, let's go into number 2. This is the second type of overthinking, and this is when we find ourselves thinking too much about one thing. Now, this can come in many different shapes and forms, but more often than not, what this is rumination, and this is indecision. Common causes of this include self-doubt, regret, and perfectionism. Some of the thought patterns involved in overthinking about one thing, you know, you're stuck on this one topic. You know, maybe you're not thinking about it consistently, but maybe a lot of things are reminding you about it. Maybe you find your thoughts returning to it. And so within this, you see a lot of that black and white thinking. And black and white thinking is when we see a situation in extremes. You know, it's either wonderful or it's terrible. There's not much room for in between. There's no space for gray. So let's say that you went to a party. You were invited to a party and everything was going well, but then you accidentally spilled a drink. Now, it wasn't that big of a deal. You spilled a drink. It didn't get on anybody. Nobody slipped in it. It didn't make a huge mess. It was actually pretty quick and easy to clean up. but you still feel so embarrassed. And I'm sure that everybody who was at that party was just thinking, wow, I can't believe that they spilled a drink. That's so embarrassing. They don't know how to hold a cup. They don't know what they're doing. They're such a fool. That's black and white thinking. You're thinking, oh my God, I made one simple mistake. It was a catastrophe. It was terrible. So this is one of those ways we overthink. We find ourselves overthink a certain interaction, a certain scenario, you know, and we look back on it with self-doubt and regret. Another thought pattern involved in this is personalization. Personalization is when we blame ourselves unnecessarily. So you go into work. You go into work and you say hi to your coworker and you say, hey, how's it going? And they don't really look at you. They just kind of, it's fine. They're just kind of dismissive. They're not really engaged. And you're like, ooh, okay. They must be upset about something. I wonder what I did. That's personalization. We make it about us. Somebody's having a bad day, and our response is, well, what did I do? Was it something I said? It must have been that thing that happened the other day. That must be why they're mad at me. Swibble Wibble, thank you for the prime sub. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, where are my personalizers at? I know we've all been there. We've all done this from time to time. But if you are a personalizer, I would say it's really important to be aware of that. You know, if you walk into somebody and they're having a bad day, or they're in a mood, we want to make sure that we're not immediately jumping to, well, what did I do wrong? I must have been something I did. They must be upset with me. That's personalization. And not only is it unhelpful to you, it's also unhelpful to them. Not only is it unhelpful to you, it's also unhelpful to them. Because you're stressing yourself out over something that you didn't even do, and you're not properly hearing and recognizing them about what is actually causing them stress. And so now they feel misunderstood. So don't do this. If somebody's mad at you, if you want to know if somebody's mad at you, wait until they tell you. You know, don't just assume. All right, one more thing for you to consider. Another thought pattern that goes into this type of overthinking is what we will call the what if spiral. When we're worried about a specific thing and we just continue to dig deeper and deeper into it, we just continuously question every single possibility. Well, what if this happened? Well, what if that happened? Just exhausting. It's not the treadmill you want to be on. If you find yourself caught in a what if spiral, I would encourage you to break out of that spiral using this helpful technique. I'm going to call it the what if I took a nap. What if I took a shower? What if I went for a walk? What if I took a break? What if I took a big deep breath? What if I did something different than what I'm doing now? Going back to personalization real quick, it's important to accept accountability when accountability is due. Like, if you actually did something to irritate somebody or to piss somebody off, then by all means, make amends. Apologize. Tell them you'll do better. Tell them you learned. But we're not really helping anybody by just assuming accountability when we're not actually the ones who are responsible. All right, let's talk about what we do about this type of overthinking. How do we manage this type of overthinking? This is where reframing is super helpful. Reframing isn't really that helpful when you're dealing with a lot of different thoughts, but when you're just dealing with one strain of thoughts, like one realm of thoughts, reframing is actually super helpful in these instances. It's about shifting away from what if this terrible thing happens? What if I fail? What if something good happens? What if I learn something valuable? What if the opposite of what I'm worried about happens? If you're going to prepare for the worst case scenario, you should also prepare for the best case scenario. Hi, Papa. I see you're up to some good content again. Thank you. Thank you. We try to keep it crispy. We're trying to be helpful. We're trying to give our brains the gift of Christmas. I wonder what my impersonator's doing right now. What do you think they're up to? Hopefully they're doing something good. Another good way to manage overthinking about one thing is to set a decision deadline. Give yourself a set time to make a choice so that you can move forward from that thing. Kind of like how settling time for allowing yourself to, go over many different things, settling that time, setting a time for this is also helpful. Putting a little bit of structure to our thoughts. Like, all right, I'm going to give myself until this time to make a decision. Like setting boundaries for our thinking, we have to. You have to. Otherwise, you're going to drive off the track. It's like Mario Kart, You don't want to drive right off the edge. It helps to have bumpers. All right. Reflect. Use the power of questions. Ask yourself, is this useful? Is this thought useful? Is this thought helping me or is this thought hurting me? If the thought isn't leading to action, let it go. Anything you don't need, you can let go of. And when all else fails, there's always the tried and true method of distraction. Now, distraction is a fantastic coping skill. Distraction is actually so good of a coping skill that many people will overindulge in it, and they'll actually, the amount of distraction that they do can actually become a problem in and of itself. So, while I would say distraction is a fantastic tool, we don't want it to be our only tool. A lot of people will do that. A lot of people will solely rely on distraction as a way of processing things or not thinking about things. So I would say when all else fails, go for distraction. Distraction can really be helpful and it can really do the job, but it doesn't really do so much to help you process things. It doesn't really do anything to resolve the conflict. It's just a way of not thinking about it. And sometimes that's all you can do. And so, just be mindful of it. Just be mindful of like, am I over relying on distraction as a way of, coping? This could be physical activities, this could be hobbies, this could be talking to people, finding somebody to talk to, getting in a conversation, and it's about breaking the cycle. We're trying to break our old cycles of thinking and behaving, and so distraction is really important. I would say that in some circumstances, it's downright essential. So I don't want anybody to feel bad or guilty for using distraction because that's not the point. Distraction is good, but it's just like any other thing. It's like you don't want to become over-reliant on just one thing. You don't want to only use one tool. Because distraction does work. And for some people, that's just what they stick with. And you can probably understand where, in the long term, if distraction is your only coping skill, what's going to happen down the line? What do you think? What do you think? Let's say that somebody is using distraction as a coping skill whenever they get overwhelmed or they get stressed or they have something that they need to handle. They just distract themselves. I'll just think about something else. I'll do something else instead. What ends up happening down the line? Like, do those problems really go away? You know what? Maybe some of them do. Maybe some of them just needed time to go away. Maybe just not thinking about a problem worked because the problem ended up taking care of itself. That does happen. Sometimes. But not all the time. And so more often than not, what happens when we just delay, those problems, they ferment. They get more potent. They age like a fine wine. Alrighty, some final thoughts for you. Overthinking is a habit. And like any habit, it can be changed. And what it takes to really make that change is awareness and practice. Awareness and practice. Knowing what's going on and then doing what you need to do to fix it. And then being consistent with that until we can properly make the changes that we're looking for. When we develop self-compassion and we learn to tolerate uncertainty, it can help to reduce the urge to overthink. Because sometimes there are going to be moments in life where you're just not sure what's going to happen. Things are uncertain. But by becoming more tolerant of that and being able to regulate that stress better, we might not have to resort to overthinking. Sometimes we'll just be like, all right, I guess I'll just wait and see. It's all about progress, not perfection. Aim for better, not flawless decision making. We want to make better decisions, but there's no such thing as a perfect decision. So just try to make the best decisions that you can with what you got and what you know right now. And if it ends up being the wrong thing, well, then we learn from it and we try better the next time. Well, how are we feeling? How are we feeling? Any thoughts? Thoughts, questions, comments, concerns? I'm going to go ahead and post these slides in the Discord if anybody wants them as a reference. What are we thinking? How are we feeling? Need to think more on it. I see what you did there. I see what you did there. Scout keeps walking around my green screen. She keeps messing it up. She wants to peek behind the curtain. Well, I'm glad we learned a few things. You know, overthinking is a really common thing. It's something a lot of people deal with, and that's why I wanted to put something together where we could talk about it, feel more confident in our ability to navigate. You know, there are going to be times in our life where we find ourselves overthinking, and you know what? That's fine. You know what? That's fine. But as long as we're more equipped to handle it, that's what really matters. You know, there's going to be choppy waters ahead. Even if we're just trying our best to go with the flow, there's still going to be some choppy waters ahead. You know, you might get tussled around a little bit. That's part of the process. It's about riding it out until you find smooth waters again. Alright, so in the Show Talk channel here on the Discord, I posted a copy of the slides if anybody's interested in that. And then we've also got a blank copy of that matrix we did, if that was something that you were interested in trying. let's work on that overthinking. But just try not to overthink it. Somebody tried to call me. Who was this? Who was this trying to call me on my cell phone in 2025? They left me a voicemail? What? Why are they calling me? Why am I getting a call from a hospital in Kansas? Wait, what? Why am I getting a phone call from a hospital in Kansas? Oh, it looks like it was the wrong number. It looks like it was the wrong number. Hey doctor, this is Susan at the desk in surgery at the main OR, and I'm leaving you this message because you left the paperwork in the room that you just left in the surgery. Like, what? Like, girl, who do you think you're calling? I think I'm some sort of surgeon? Did we finish the presentation? We did. Yeah, I was getting a phone call from some hospital because they dialed the wrong number. They were like, "Hey doctor, you left your paperwork in the OR. Can you come back and get it?" That's literally what I'm like, what? Like, okay. Like I just listened to the message. I'm like, yeah, that was a real person. I'm like, I'm on my way. I'll be right there. I just roll up in my current outfit, looking like the fucking Big Lebowski. Like, thank you. Is this a fancy phishing scam? I don't think so. I don't like what. Like, what are they trying to fish? Hey guys, it's GNG. Is GNG here? GNG. GNG. Oh, hello. This is also the most current question we have in the box, so if you've got a question, go ahead and drop it in. We'll get right to it. Let's take a look. Hey guys, it's GNG. I wanted to update you guys on my living situation. Back in December, on the anniversary of my grandma's death, my father and aunt got into a heated argument where she said, "I don't want to talk to you ever again. You can talk to Sam," who's her husband, "if you want to communicate with me." They were fighting because they both technically inherited the house. My aunt wants us out so they can sell it. She's hoping to sell it in the 300K range when it's probably really worth 150K. It's completely run down and it's a complete gut job. There's no making money from this money pit, but she said, I want my inheritance. I want what is mine. But in reality, she can't really do anything. You know, they're both entitled to it. And so unless they agree, then things just remain the way that they are. Neither of them can just sell it out from the other one. They both have to agree to it, because I'm pretty sure that's how it works. Then again, I'm not a lawyer, so you might want to double check that information. But I'm pretty sure that if, you know, it's not just one person, it's not like one party's decision if they were both equally entitled to it. So what I'm hearing is that she's willing to just not have a relationship with her brother and her brother's children for the low price of $150,000. That's what I'm hearing. I'm willing to make you all homeless and never have a relationship with any of you for 150 grand. Like, wow. I thought I was worth more. I thought you would have at least pushed for 200K. Death brings out the worst in families sometimes. Oh, absolutely true. Not only are the people like dealing with their grief in their own way, but they're also, you know, you come into the issue of inheritance, and that's when things get really messy. Well, it's been over a month, and she started texting him again about their plans for the house. He never replied to any of these messages because she told him not to talk to her again. But she sent a message yesterday saying that she and Sam would be coming to work on the house. Instead of ignoring the message, my dad played his trap card, my mom. He's decided to give power of attorney to her so that she can fight this battle for him. They're divorced, but my mom has always disliked my aunt, and this is just more fuel on the fire. Where's your backbone at, Dad? Like, come on, man. Like, I understand, I appreciate the tactic. He's just like, yes, let them fight. You know, he feels like this is some master stroke. And like, yes, it's working, my plans. But in reality, it's just like, stand up for yourself, brother. Like, watch out, sister. I'm gonna play my trap card. I'm gonna summon ex-wife. Like, just tell her no. Like, just say, like, this is just a big, drawn-out, overcomplicated, unnecessarily stressful response to just saying one simple word. No. Like, oh, you want to sell the house? No. Like, oh, you want to do this? No. Needless to say, my aunt didn't come to the house today. Anyway, thanks for everything, Papa, in chat. I just thought you might appreciate an update. Thank you for the update. Thank you for the update. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Is your mom an attorney? No, he gave her power of attorney for some reason. Giving somebody power of attorney just gives them power to make legal decisions on your behalf. And the person that you do that to doesn't have to actually be an attorney. It's something that you see people do a lot when they're like incapacitated or disabled. It's like they'll have somebody else act as their power of attorney to be able to like make medical decisions or other financial decisions on their behalf. Which seems like an extreme response to just saying no. It's like, just say no. Like, yo, you want to come over and fix up the house? All right, go ahead. Try not to make too much noise. What a messy situation to be stuck in, you know? What I don't understand is just the level of like greed, or the way in which greed will destroy a family whenever there's inheritance involved. It's mind-boggling to me. My mind is boggled. Also, just the situations where like one child, one sibling will get like disinherited or cut out of the will. It's like, well, do you have a good relationship with the people who did receive a part of the inheritance? You know, maybe they could do the right thing. Maybe they could slip you some cash. like, sorry, Jim, I can't give you any money. Mom and Dad said all the money goes to me. Like, you could still do the right thing. I don't know. My husband's sister sent me a birthday gift. What are the odds it's something shady? 93%. It really reveals some true colors. It's true. Just the way that some people will show their true colors once there's a little bit of money on the table. It sucks. And I think this is just another way that capitalism really makes us sick. We prioritize material wealth over the relationships of our family. And that's really sad. You're so over her. I would be too. I'm like, what is she still like? She was the one who was all harping over you for the ring and stuff. It's just like she's still hanging around. She's still pestering you. The hair's coming back. We're getting some length there, you see? We're getting there. You know, this kind of mess almost makes me glad that my family didn't have anything to inherit. Like, there wasn't really anything going on there. You know what I mean? Like, I'm almost grateful for that because just think, you know, how that can just ruin a family. You're basically just using this as an opportunity to tell your children which of them you love the most. And then it just messes with them for years in ways that you might not even fully comprehend. This is a house they still owe money on. So the inherited house wasn't even fully owned. Now I'm curious, like, I'm curious what the housing market's like where you're at. The thing about the housing market is, like, in some places, houses are going for way more than they ought to. Like, sometimes people just want it because they want the land it's on, or they want to just, you know, level it and build in that space. I'm grateful my parents have open conversations with me about their will. See, that's good. You know, you want to be open and honest and transparent about that kind of stuff. Like, hey, you want to hate your siblings for the rest of your life? We're gonna wait until you are sitting in a room with an attorney after we're dead, and then they're gonna tell you how much we loved each of you. You know, you're gonna get the house, you're gonna get the money that was in the bank accounts, you know, life insurance policy or whatever, and for the rest of you, peanuts. Sometimes I feel like death is a taboo topic we don't like to discuss. I feel like it's a really important topic to discuss. It doesn't really bother me that much, though, so, you know, take that as you will. You know, I talked to somebody once and they were like, did you know that death is something that you're not supposed to think about? You're not supposed to talk about it? I'm like, what? They're like, yeah, I used to have a crippling fear of dying and death, and what I realized was that I just need to not think about it because it was making me very anxious. And I'm like, huh? The way that I process fear of death is just by becoming more comfortable with the idea. Like, well, you know, it'll happen when it happens. Don't really need to worry too much about that. It's a guarantee. It's gonna happen. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens when I get there. Not in any hurry to get there. It's life's last unsolved mystery. You know, what happens afterwards? I'll figure out when I get there. It freaks me out. I hate the unknown. Do you skip to the end of the books that you're reading? You want to know what happens before you enjoy the story. You gotta admit that we like the unknown, at least in a little bit. At least a little bit, right? We like the unknown because it gives a certain mystery. It keeps us enticed. It keeps us engaged. It keeps us interested. If we know everything that's gonna happen, well, that's fucking boring. I've seen this movie before. I know what happens. I just imagine nothingness and lack of consciousness. So you don't know that, though. Maybe it's totally different. I feel like trying to understand what it's like to be dead when you're alive is like trying to explain what a rainbow looks like to a blind person. Like, you can't understand it. You can't properly fathom it. Meditation is like a free trial of being dead? Yeah, basically. Wish we celebrated people's journey into the unknown. What's stopping you? A lot of people do. A lot of cultures do. We have a different way of viewing death. In my family, when somebody dies, we have a celebration of life ceremony. You know, this isn't a funeral, this isn't a wake. This is a time for all of us to get together and celebrate the life that they had. We're seeing them off on their journey into the unknown. Well, thinking of donating my body to science when I pass. Me personally, I'm like, throw me in the compost heap. Turn me into dirt. Turn me into dirt, partner. Can't wait for our android overlords and hope submitting myself and always treating them well will earn their mercy and I'll become a fellow android. You know, maybe that'll be what keeps you around. Maybe that's why they'll allow you to be promoted into an artificial being. Maybe they'll keep you around because you're entertaining. People still cry at a celebration of life. Yeah, but it's a different energy. It's less somber. It's more bittersweet. Ever heard of a celebration of life? What is that? I mean, it serves the same place as like a funeral or a wake or something like that, like a traditional ceremony you would have for somebody who has passed. But it's less of an emphasis on, you know, it's less of like a traditional funeral, and it's more of a, you know, it's a little more upbeat. It's a little more of like, you know, we're here to celebrate the life that they had. You know, we're going to tell stories. We're going to talk about our favorite memories, the things that we really admired about this person. The impact they've had on everybody who's there. Celebrating the life that someone had and cheering on the fact that they are dead are two different things. So it's not a traditional celebration in the sense that there are balloons and confetti. It's a celebration in a sense of like cherishing, showing gratitude and appreciation. Yeah, if you brought party poppers to the funeral, that'd probably be a bad idea. I cried a lot at my grandparents' funerals, and it made my aunt very uncomfortable, I think. But it was a very solidifying way to get through my grief. What's your aunt's deal? Like, what's she dealing with? Like, what's going on there? Like, ugh, crying at a funeral? Why would they do such a thing? So distasteful. We do that quietly, at home, when no one can see us. Hopefully one day more people realize that our emotional restriction is not really benefiting anyone. You know, like we like to just pipe down and keep it to yourself and not demonstrate how you're actually feeling. And do you think that maybe that fucks us up a little bit? Like, do you think that maybe just possibly that kind of like fucks us up at least a little bit? Just not being able to express yourself? Will I ever get over my husband's death? It feels impossible. It might feel impossible up until the moment where you do it, and then you realize that it is possible. You know, it might come in the form of like, oh, it's been a couple days and I haven't thought about it, or it's been a little while, and or maybe I just noticed that the feeling has shifted in a different direction. So it makes sense that it wouldn't feel possible right now because the path forward is still, you know, you're still on it, you're still working towards it. You know, one day you'll wake up and you'll be like, it'll feel different. And you might not be sure when or wow, or when or how or why it feels different, but you're just like, huh, it feels different. I wish grief was more predictable, but it really isn't. That scene in Midsummer with all the women was so cathartic to watch. Oh, the group cry. You want to do some freaky midsummer shit on the commune? Wouldn't that be fun? Gonna do a group cry? This chat and like one person on Discord are my only outlet for talking about my depression, etc. My mom can't really handle hearing anything that isn't me doing good. You know, in showing some empathy for her, just hearing that your offspring, hearing that your child, your little baby boy is depressed, that's heartbreaking to a mom. It makes you think all sorts of things. Like, did I do something wrong? Did I mess him up? You know, sometimes it's just hard for moms. You know, that they care about you a lot. And so maybe it's not that they don't want to hear about it or they don't want to help. It's hard to hear. It's been like 2 decades of ignoring it, so I'm out of empathy. Well, maybe she has a hard time showing her self-compassion, and that's why she's having a hard time showing compassion to you. You know, maybe she's got her own stuff that she's dealing with that she's minimizing or trying not to think about, and that's why she's not able to think about your stuff. I don't know, my friend. Sometimes when it comes to family, you just gotta take the love that you get. It might not be the love that you're looking for, but it's the love that you get, and that's, you know, what do you want to do with it? If you feel like there's still love that you're seeking, you gotta be that love. You gotta find it somewhere else. USA needs a group cry right now. People in the USA are going through it right now. Like I said before, protest season this year is gonna be fucking lit. Protest season is gonna be... It's gonna be really exciting this year. And all the police departments are gonna get to roll out all of their new fancy equipment that they got from the military. Maybe they'll even call in the National Guard in some places, who knows? But it's gonna be fucking lit. All of this makes me feel exhausted and defeated. Then take a nap. Take a nap and then get back up and start doing stuff again. What's important to remember is that when there are battle lines, you're not always at the front. You rotate. You take your turn at the front and then you switch, so that someone who is energized and is ready to fight can take your place, so that you can go rest and recover before you have to get back in there. I mean, honestly, this is a deep exhaustion I don't think a nap will fix. Then it's serious. So it's serious is what I'm hearing. It's a big one. So what are you waiting for then? Revolution? Would revolution make you feel better? If you want a revolution, then get out there and get revolting. Got a new question. Let's get to it. Hello. Maybe you remember my question/story about that narcissistic person I told you about on here a few weeks ago. If not, it's totally fine. I kind of do. Sometimes I need a little bit more of a reminder, but no, I think I do. We've taken a lot of questions. But I'm pretty sure I remember. You said something like, yeah, it's hard. With those people, when it's good, it feels really good, but when it's bad, it's really bad. You are so right. After some bad days, there were a few really good ones. Today was a really bad kind of day. I can't deal with this narcissistic behavior. It's so toxic for my brain. Oh, yeah, absolutely. It'll make you feel crazy. It'll make you feel crazy. But like, what did I do? I don't know what I did wrong. I know that I did something wrong. I don't know what it is. Why can't I figure out what it is that I did wrong? Well, it's like you're basically being gaslit. You're basically being made to feel like you're crazy. But I can't just say, okay, you know what, goodbye, cut contact, etc., because I like him so much. Oh no, see, here's the thing. You can actually. You can actually do that. It's like having a dog, and the dog is cute, but the dog just continues to bite and attack you. It's like, would you keep that dog? It's like, is this safe for me? Like, you know, it's like, would you keep drinking a poison if the poison tasted good? Like, I want to quit drinking this poison, but it tastes so good, I just can't help myself. It's just so tasty. Just can't quit it. Here's the thing. You can leave somebody for any reason at any time with no explanation. Maybe I am the problem? No. No. I'm gonna doubt on that one. Hold on, I got a buzzer. Hold on, I'm gonna buzz you on that one. Cause wait, do I still have a buzzer sound effect? I might have gotten rid of it. I don't think I have the buzzer anymore. I was gonna go We were gonna go No. Dealing with a narcissistic person will very commonly make you feel this way. Maybe it's actually my fault. Maybe I am the problem. No. No, you're just made to feel that way. Are you perfect? No. Do we all have our own faults and flaws? And yes. But are you the problem here? Probably not. I mean, I'm sick. Why do I hurt myself so much? Why do I have so little self-worth to just let that person treat me that way and not just fucking say goodbye? I'm the problem. Then be the solution. If you really feel like I'm the problem and the problem here is that I can't get up and leave, then be the solution. Then do what you need to do to act in your own best interest. I feel frustrated. I needed to let this out somehow. Well, thank you for writing about this. Thank you for getting it out. Let me just say, if you continue to stay in a situation that is bad for you, it is hurting you, then that is your responsibility to fix. Narcissistic people like to keep people around for as long as they are useful to them, you know? So if it's in your best interest, you know, for your wellness, your mental wellness, your physical wellness, your emotional wellness, then get out of there. You know, it sounds like you're being pretty hard on yourself here. You know, you're beating yourself up a lot for feeling unable to leave, you know, feeling frightened or worried about leaving. You deserve genuine connection. You deserve genuine love. And we don't have to tolerate abuse just because there is some love woven into it. You deserve healthy love. So show yourself some healthy love and do what you need to protect yourself. Turn that frustration into action. You know, this one's for the old heads out there. There's a classic song that goes over all sorts of different ways, different strategies that you could use to get out of a relationship if you need to. It's called 50 Ways to Leave Your Lover by Paul Simon. Just slip out the back, Jack. Make a new plan, Stan. Drop off the key, Lee. Get yourself free. Sometimes all you gotta do to get out of there is go. You know, we worry about there being a big fight or a big confrontation or it being this big, long, drawn-out, stressful, dramatic, chaotic thing, and we want to avoid that. But sometimes all you gotta do is just go. Just go find your peace. Hop on the bus, Gus. There's no need to discuss much. Also, questioner, I just want you to recognize that right now you are in a stressful situation, and the stress of that situation is... it doesn't have you in a clear state of mind, you know? That's why things feel so chaotic and frustrating and confusing, and why we're beating ourselves up so much is because of this situation that we're in. And if we get out of that situation and we're able to find that peace, we can feel so much level-headed. We can finally breathe clearly, and we can see things clearly. It's going to be so much better. I tried it. 1 week no contact, a week and a half no contact. I start to miss him. It's so hard for me to overcome that feeling of loving and missing, even though I know it's bad. Well, at that point, this you could be describing a drug here, you know? You got to treat this with the level of intensity and severity that you would a drug addiction. Feeling loved and connected is just as addicting as many drugs. And you need a detox period. That's why I say maybe I'm the problem, because that's sick. It's not sick to want to be loved. It's not sick to want to feel connection with somebody. But if we keep going back into a relationship that's harming us, you know, where is that going to get us in the long run? What does that say about our self-worth? What does that say about our ability to protect ourselves? We don't have to view ourselves as being so faulty and flawed and incapable. We can say, you know what, I'm learning something here. I'm learning about how to stand up for myself. I'm learning about how to protect myself. I'm learning how to treat myself with kindness and compassion and to not put myself into situations that hurt me. So we're learning from this situation. And just like any other addiction or any other type of substance, sometimes you relapse. Sometimes you find yourself getting back together. I would just say it's a pretty clear indicator, you know, these times that you've had to go no contact, that it's probably not going to work. Healthy relationships, you don't really see that happen. You don't really see there being time periods where it's like we're just not going to communicate for weeks at a time. It's not really something you see in a healthy relationship. And that's what you deserve. If you want to feel healthy, you deserve a healthy relationship. You got to treat yourself in a healthy way. I think it's this relationship in many ways that's keeping you sick, or feeling like you're sick. You have someone close you confide in for support? That's a good question. You know, do you have any friends you could talk to? Anybody who could help to, you know, help you feel a bit better? The thing about these types of relationships, and I don't want you to feel like this is just a you problem, because it isn't. Lots of people have a hard time leaving these types of relationships, because it's like we said, when it's good, it's really good. And when it's bad, it's really bad. And so it makes us question ourselves. It makes us wonder, like, maybe I'm the problem, maybe I'm doing something wrong. Why can't things be good all the time? And that's not on you. That's not on you. That's because of what they're doing. Some people will use inconsistency as a way to manipulate you. They make you feel mentally unstable. I feel like this is one of those situations where if we just had a little bit more time away, maybe if we just spent some time with some people who were actually like well grounded, some people who, you know what can really help you to feel better after spending a lot of time with somebody who's just completely cuckoo in the coconut? Spending some time around some sane people. Sometimes you have to take some time away and spend some time with some just like normal, predictable, sane people in order to realize just how crazy things were. We're like, oh my God, I don't have to worry about randomly getting yelled at. I don't have to worry about people throwing stuff or like, you know what I mean? You totally forget that like, oh yeah, that's not what people do normally. Like what I was dealing with was so far from normal. For people in chat asking if I have people to talk to, well, as far as very, really close ones, only my mom. Other people I have only briefly contact with or not too close, not so close, told me to just leave. Stop talking to that person. It's bad for me. And that's kind of what you would expect from people that you don't understand, like that don't know that, don't you know? Can I learn how to talk? Will I ever learn how to speak? Maybe. We've been doing this how long? How many episodes? Will I finally learn how to communicate? Going on a late night date, wish me luck. Oh, good luck. Have fun. Tell him I said hi. Then be like, who? Oh, you know, some weird guy from America. He sits on a rock in space and says stuff that's hard to explain. So the people that you've already talked to have said to just leave, to stop talking to them, and that's what you would expect from people who just know you at more of a surface level. Like if I went up to a stranger on the street and I said, "Hey, what should I do? There's a swarm of bees in my kitchen. What should I do? I keep getting stung." It's like, get out of the kitchen, like go, like open the windows, like let the bees out, call a beekeeper. Like get out of there. Like, I don't know, but I just love pancakes. I can't stay out of the kitchen. I gotta keep cooking. And I keep getting stung by bees. I don't know what to do. I feel like I need to come to that point to finally realize it's really not good and that I can overcome it. Just to be clear, it's not dangerous, not like physically, just dangerous for my brain, for my sanity. That's, in many ways, just as important. I feel like in many ways we tend to, you know, I just want you to make something clear. You are saying that the way that I'm treated is not serious enough because it's not physical. I'm willing to tolerate abuse and mistreatment because it's not physical. When in reality, it could be just as damaging. Like maybe there are no scars, maybe there are no bruises, but there's still harm being done, and you should treat it just as seriously. Thank you so much for answering, and chat also. You are welcome. I know it's stressful, but I think you know deep down that like when you have some stability, when you're able to just not feel like I'm caught in this whirlwind of craziness, that you'll actually feel so much better. But one thing that I do really just want to reiterate is that you should not take your mistreatment and devalue it because it's, you know, there are other people who are being treated worse. Like, well, at least I'm only being mentally abused. At least I'm only being emotionally manipulated. At least I'm not being physically hit. We don't want to say that there's like a priority here, or that there's a hierarchy, or that one is worse than the other. They both need to be treated seriously. You deserve to be with somebody who doesn't make you question your sanity. At a bare minimum. Chat, let's see a show of support. Who's been there? Who's been stuck with somebody that they just felt like, how am I gonna get out of this? They just felt like, I can't get out of this. I keep getting pulled back. Show of hands, show of support. Let's see them. You've been there? I feel like a lot of us find ourselves in this situation. These types of volatile, hot and cold relationships. They have a certain addictive quality to them. They can be some of the most exciting relationships you'll ever have. And then what you realize is maybe it's not the excitement that I'm chasing because that excitement isn't worth all the pain. Maybe I just want somebody who's more level. Maybe I want just somebody who I can just be peaceful. You know what I mean? Yeah, I think one of the aspects of this that makes those types of relationships so tricky is that they can be really exciting. Because when the relationship is good, it's really good, you know? It's like we're going out, we're having fun, we're doing stuff, where things are exciting and we're being spontaneous, and that can be a big draw in a relationship. But then when it's bad, it's really bad. It's so bad that it makes you forget about the good stuff, or maybe it's, you know what I mean? It's like, but it's not worth it. It's not worth paying that price. Not worth paying that price. I'm having PTSD flashbacks to my relationship with my dad. Very hot and cold dynamic that revolved around his state of mind. As it tends to go when you are in a relationship with a emotionally immature person. I really wish that emotional maturity was guaranteed with age. Oh man, how different things would be if emotional maturity was also guaranteed with age. Wouldn't that be sick? That seems like a huge design oversight on our part. It's also... You would think that as we grow, we would also become more well-rounded and level-headed, but not all of us. Not all of us. I've met some pretty big, overgrown babies. But anyway, as we were saying, and I just want to say one more thing. You deserve to be sane. And if you're in a relationship that's making you question your sanity, you need to take that really seriously. Because when you lose your sanity, you don't want to know just how fucking hard it is to find it again. If you do lose your sanity, it is possible to find it again. It can be done. But it can take a long time, and it can be very disruptive, and it can be a huge chaotic ordeal. So what I would say is protect your sanity at all costs. Protect it as you would protect your life. Well, we've been cooking this week, haven't we? What do we think about for a presentation for tomorrow? We've been doing some good presentations this week. I want to do another good one for tomorrow. I had an idea that I was cooking up. Let me know what you think about this. What do you think about a presentation where we talk about how to recognize propaganda? That feels timely. That feels relevant. Does that sound interesting? If you're in, because I've got something in the works. I just need to put it into my slides. That one sounds good. Yeah, let's do that one. Let's do that tomorrow. We'll do the how to recognize propaganda. While we're here, check out the size of this new knife I got. I got a big fat chopper. Look at the size of that chonky boy. I put it next to an 8-inch chef knife for comparison. A big choppy boy. I tried it out this morning. I haven't done much with it yet, but it's pretty fun. It's pretty fun. Also, it's helpful to, like, after you chop stuff, you can also use it to, like, scoop what you chop and then throw it in the... You know what I mean? Want to take a knife skills cooking class? Ooh, love a good set of knife skills. I would say the biggest thing about, you know, learning knife skills is it's all in how you hold the knife and then how you orient your hands. You know, some people, when they hold the knife like this. And then they... But you don't want to hold it like that. You kind of want to hold it like this. You kind of like pinch the blade in your fingers. It makes me nervous whenever I see somebody holding a knife like this. Like, oh no, they're gonna cut themselves. They're gonna cut somebody. You're holding it like this. You kind of hold it like this. You kind of like pinch the blade as you... And then you hold this hand like this and you go... I just know how to cut the food up to make tasty meals. The basics are not that hard, you know? The basics of chopping and cutting and stuff, it's like, it's not that hard. If you're not working in a Michelin star restaurant and they're really gonna be grilling you on how your chives come out, you don't really need to worry so much about the quality of your cuts. As long as you know how to do a few decent, consistent, you know, like rough chop, dice. I hate prepping veggies because it takes me forever. Ooh. What vegetables are you prepping? What vegetables are we prepping? Mostly peppers and onions. Peppers and onions are easy though, once you get the hang of them. I make peppers and onions a few times a week, so I like dicing up and chopping stuff. It's just rigid and not pretty. Oh, well, then what you're missing is the rocking motion that people will use. If you want to make it feel more fluid, you have to... But the thing is like doing it in a rigid way isn't necessarily bad. Those techniques you see for like professional kitchens, it's like these people are prepping food for like 100 people. And so having technique when you're not just chopping one onion, you're gonna be chopping a lot of onions. You're gonna be chopping a whole bag of onions. A game changer for me was grabbing the blade and handle neck, not just the handle, if that makes sense. Oh no, that's exactly what I was saying. People hold knives wrong. They hold it by just the handle. They hold it like this. But you need to hold it like this. You have to pinch the part where the blade meets. Hold on. Let me. You want to hold it like this. You actually hold the part of the blade. What you don't want to do is hold it these ways. When you hold it like that, you don't have as much control over where the blade goes, and that's how you end up cutting yourself. But when you hold the blade, you're in much more control of where that blade goes, and so you can develop more confidence in your cuts, and then your cuts don't take as much time. So holding onto the blade is part of what helps you to build up that confidence to be able to... Because really a lot of what goes into it is just confidence. You know, if we're chopping really slowly and mindfully, it's because if we don't do that, then we run risk of injuring ourselves. And part of the reason why we run that risk might be because we're holding the knife wrong. Also, what you want to do is you want to hold it at such an angle so that your arms come to like a 90 degree, and you can use your knuckles to guide the blade. So that when you're chopping, you're not actually going to chop your fingers because your fingers are curled in and you're just using your knuckle as a guide. You do... What do y'all do with dull knives? I sharpen, but it's still not sharp enough. Get a nicer sharpener. Throw away and buy new. That's completely unnecessary. You're dealing with a hunk of steel. That thing's gonna outlast, unless you just like soaked it in water and like let it rust away. You know what I mean? Like, or just, I don't, you know what I mean? Like, it's a hunk of metal. Like, you can get a knife from the dollar store and you can make it sharp as shit. Like, it could be a dollar store knife and it could still be sharp as shit. It might not hold that edge very long because the quality of the steel is probably pretty low, and that's why you got it at the dollar store. But it can still hold an edge, at least for a little while, because that's just how metal works. If your knives aren't getting sharp enough by sharpening them, then maybe we just need a nicer sharpener. A lot of those they'll sell like sharpeners that, you know, you can, like the little ones, you're like, nyeh. Or like the honing rods. Let me show you something. This does not sharpen your knife. This This does not sharpen your knife. If your knife is dull, this isn't going to do anything to make it sharper. What this does is it hones the edge of an already sharp knife. And so they make pretty good sharpeners these days because, you know, there's much more like a lot more people are into cooking these days. You know, there's a lot of like social media stuff about cooking and using your knife properly, and there's whole like YouTube channels that are all about like knife sharpening and stuff. Um, so they make all sorts of different knife sharpeners, but I would just try to find one that's like well reviewed. But in reality, like the best way to really sharpen a knife is with a big old whetstone. But you don't have to do this to get a decently sharp knife. Like if you want a knife that's like razor sharp, then you need like one of these. It's like, do you want to be able to like slice a grape like that? Do you want to be able to slice a grape like that and get a really sharp knife? So we might just need a nicer sharpener. A lot of these, some of these are pretty good. Like I haven't tried any of these, so but I'm sure that some of them are probably pretty good. They also make one. Hold on, it's another one I've seen is like this, where you actually put the knife and then you roll the sharpener back and forth and it sharpens the knife. I got this rinky-dinky IKEA one. It was only like $10, and I'm like, I wanted to see how good it was. It's like this little thing. Like, I don't know how good this works. Probably not that good. I should probably watch a how-to video on it, actually. There's a tutorial video. I need to watch this. Getting the blade that sharp slash thin just makes it dull faster too, right? Yeah, it's like, it's hard to keep a knife razor sharp for that long because a razor edge is a very thin edge and it can easily become distorted or, you know, and then you need to sharpen it again. And so there's like a sweet spot for like functionality and sharpness in your knife where it's like, it's gonna be able to like chop stuff for a long time and I don't have to worry about sharpening it so much. Maybe I just hit it with the honing rod a little bit just to, you know. Not to talk too much about knives, but like honing a knife and sharpening a knife are different. Typically, you want to do more honing and less sharpening. Honing helps to realign the edge of a knife. Because, like, you have to think about the edge of the knife on, like, a microscopic level. When you do the honing rod, it helps to refine that edge. Whereas sharpening is like we're putting a new edge on the knife. Like, sharpening will get rid of the old metal and it'll form new metal. You don't have to do that as often. But that's why you have the two different things. That's why there's a honing rod in your knife set, is to help keep your knives sharp and to reform the edge that's already there. Sharpening puts a new edge on the knife when the edge is just fucked. I like the AccuSharp because you can use it on all kinds of stuff. I sharpen my shovels with it. All right, I'm interested. Well, I think it's dinner time for me. I think I'm gonna go do some cooking. Anyway, thank you all for hanging out. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for watching and chatting and asking questions and being so wonderful. So thank you all for being here. Hope you have a great night. See y'all next time. I'll be back tomorrow. Till then, take good care of yourselves. Stay safe out there. We'll see you next time. Alrighty, everybody. Take care. And we'll see you later. Bye-bye. 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 Alright, Atticus, let's go get some dinner, my dude. Let's go get some dinner, Mr. Man.